This conference will now be recorded.
All right, crew, we're back to budget work session for the first portion of this evening. Where would you like to begin? Well, you had all the old ones pulled. Is there any comparison there that you noticed that stood out to you over the 5-year periods?
Yeah, so I guess we have a deficit on the non-voted levies, which are your general library, planning board, local government. And that was for the year 18 and 19 was $91,000. And then on the voted permissive levy, there was a zero balance. It was not negative that particular year. So that was a $91,000 predicted deficit for the year 18 and 19 budget. Did I do that? I did not do that right. Sorry. I mean, just for comparison's sake, is it all right just to add these two deficit numbers up and just say what the predicted deficit was for that year? Is that reasonable? So 18 and 19, it was predicted basically $800,000 in the negative. 19 and 20, there was 760 negative for that budget year. 2021, there was 712 in the negative $1,000 predicted for 2021. 21, 22.
Excuse me. Wait, so when you went 18, 19?
Yep.
For non-levied?
Oh. Well, the confusing part about 1819 was that they have a negative in front of that, but then the other ones just have for in parentheses, which does that not infer negative?
Yes.
Yeah.
It does.
So 21 and 22, there was a predicted 1.58 million predicted negative balance, or not balance, but when appropriations exceed the revenues. 22 and 23. That is $1.71 million predicted. In the negative. 23, 24 was a predicted million 25. And the current one we're looking at right now is negative 9.7. Is that right?
Oh, you're totaling?
Yeah, if I'm totaling, yeah. Because why wouldn't we total? Is there any reason why we wouldn't?
So what I'm getting from all the balance sheets, and at the end of it, if all of them have the same component that is true to all years, and that's total requirements compared to total resources. So we're balanced in that we meet like our municipal handbook guidelines, that while expenditures and revenues, as far as, these packet sheets, expenditures exceed revenues. But in that, the revenue sheets don't have our total resources available. Does that make sense? It's like why we save money in the water and sewer for bigger projects later, and why we appropriate that out throughout in case we need to use it. And then we're trying to compare some, it's not apples and oranges, but maybe Honey Crisps and Galas. We have more in our, well, I guess the ambulance is gone now, so that might not be true, because then we subbed in like planning board for our voted.
And then I pulled Twin Bridges 23 and 24. And they have positive. Double check. If it's for the wording of these sheets is a little bit different, I guess, as far as title. That's the same.
I would have to really dig, because like on theirs, and maybe it's just these numbers mean something that I don't know what they mean. On 2821, they're not designated fund names. You see what I'm saying? But still. It's negative on that one. They're just negative appropriations here on their non-voted levies of negative 121,695. See what I'm saying? And then on levy, it's different. Because I'm betting just off of like an initial, 5210 and 5310. So that's their water and their sewer, and see what they did with their 5210. They budgeted all of their appropriations for 5210, 2,201,409. So they did the same thing that we do in our expenditures, where we allow for the use of those funds. I don't know why they didn't, but they didn't do it in 5310 is my guess. Their numbers are just swapped, and I don't know if it's because that's where they have their reserve. If that makes sense. So if you look at their 5210, or if they're planning on a major project.
Yeah, I guess it's all comes down to being in the know if they're.
But those are the same there. This is- I don't know. 2021. That is, no, their numbers are different. So I'm just trying to figure out like if they did the same thing where they appropriated the funds that they had. It's not enough for me to know off the top of my head. Like if they have a capital improvement section. Correct. Ooh. Yes, that still makes sense. That's part of it right there. Their revenues they put for their non-levied funds or non-tax revenues, they put the Cabot County mill for the library in their, this number. In ours, it's on this side. So they break theirs down in different worksheet. So this is actually, these two are comparable. But then we have more in our revenues on the non-voted levies now, non-voted costs. Why both of these are? I feel like they're weird and maybe. Well, but maybe not. It would have to be though, Because the voted permissive levy worksheet, we know that Twin Bridges also did local government review, and it was approved for them, correct?
I thought Twin Bridges
Oh,
was.
so you're right, it's sharing Virginia City and
Yeah.
us, so it's not on there. So do they not have any other? And they might not have a voted library, like our town's specific for that, where it's 6 mils long ago that was voted. They didn't do local government review. They don't have the general law enforcement. The only one may have been health insurance, but I don't know. So maybe they don't have a voted levy requirement.
Yeah, and I honestly couldn't make any sense out of Sheridan's. It was just hodgepodge together.
Mm-hmm.
So what we got going, I would refer to that municipal budgeting, and then I can point out on the sheets what they're looking at.
Okay. So what we were saying in the municipal handbook and what is the fact that it's that second line that you cannot absolutely be out of balance for, or else we did something wrong and we each are individually responsible for the deficit. That is not the case because of our reserve, basically. So we use that in there. And if you look at column 4, that's the cash available. So that was our ending general fund cash. And we were close to section B at the end of that, where it says a fund may not exceed 1/2 of the total amount. So we had all of that to put back into resources. Does that make sense?
So 4 and 7 together give you your total resources. Those are expendable funds for the budget. And what you can't go over is that total resources. You can't expend more in appropriations, which is column 1, than what is in column 8. But in the budgeting, it says you can not exceed available resources and anticipated revenues during the year. That total resources is your available resources plus anticipated revenue added together.
I want this note at the bottom where it says, total revenues compared to appropriations if negative appropriations exceed the revenues.
Okay. I don't know if that's worded right, Craig. Because, your total revenues are going to be your total resources. No, I see what you mean. So your total revenues are gonna be your column 5, 6,
It should be column 7, right?
and then column 7 is total revenues. But in the budgeting, it says available resources.
And the anticipated revenues.
Right. So according to what the handbook says, you can't over or spend over your total resources. Which, that would be your column 8.
And they're exactly the same. Column 3 and column 8. So that's how you get to the net zero requirements compared to resources.
Say that again?
So if you look at column 3,
Yes,
that's the total requirements and budget
okay.
from all of our stuff. If you look, that number is identical to column 7,
8.
8.
Yep.
8. So that's how we have a balance of 0 on requirements compared to resources.
So column 8 is essentially your column 4 and column 7 added together.
There's last year's. So 23. So like, 23, 24 non-voted levies. On last year's same front worksheet. Did we do that right? Yep. If you look at budgeted cash reserve, our total last year was 295, 370. And because we didn't spend everything last year, that increased to 528, 544, that's now in column 4. But then we increased the amount of budgeted cash reserve for this year for general. Increased it for library. Increased it for planning board. And then there's a decrease for PERS and health insurance.
Other decrease in that.
Didn't find these in these notes.
Yeah.
And it's there. PERS especially, pretty much got your numbers nailed down through wages.
And then on the non-levied funds, the last page that was put out today, as compared to even last year, as far as budgeted cash reserves for water, we almost doubled those. Wastewater, though, we went down in thinking that we would have to use more of those funds this year. In anticipation for the vac truck and the camera and the sludge removal. Those are the big three. No, that was that 22, 23? Yeah, no. here, where did that number? And then appropriations versus they're only, where is that? So that appropriations versus that revenue, I think is the back calculator. And that's a difference there, and they are using less in projects between all of these than they did in revenue. But I don't know what their plan is. Because it looks like very much whatever they're doing, they're not doing anything with their sewer system. Like a very basic.
They land apply, they don't have,
Oh,
They what?
they land apply, they don't have,
a lagoon
Oh, right.
system.
Yeah.
they have 8 miles of pump line and that's it.
So that would be a big portion of it then. SB don't have to maintain a lagoon system.
They don't have testing.
So I think that's where those numbers are coming from. Versus that, and I think that's where you're gonna see most of it is actually that they don't have very much in expenditures or plan for any in theirs because they don't have that system. Testing, it's all that.
I wish we had this like. Would make life more.
$1 million a mile. That's what they said.
Yeah.
So that's my kind of initial thought on that. But their total budget here comparatively is their total. This number is almost double what ours is. So if you look at revenues compared to appropriations on Twin Bridges, they have 121,695, ours is 252,741. But then if you also look at the same time, there's budget numbers.
Right, or a quarter.
A quarter of what ours are.
Okay. Yeah, I guess, and then if we were to explain, so we're going 23, 24. If I add up our negative proposed balance is just over $1 million last year. And then if we look at the proposed budget for this year, we're at 2 million, over 2 million. So it's doubling.
Look at the cash reserve. Budgeted cash reserve and total them up. There's
Which is gonna tell you,
463, right?
right, so we're using 460,000 out of our cash reserves, and then the rest would be tax dollars or grants, or is that how that works?
Budgeted cash reserve is what you're anticipating having at the end of 24, 25.
So we've increased that in every single line.
If we spend,
If we're just spending what our appropriations are, we increase the amount of budgeted reserve in all those areas. Anticipating for bigger needs in the future for a complete update with the planning board and zoning and that. That's why that section, the library's improvements, and then leaving our cash reserve comparable to previous years. But then, yeah.
So I have a dumb question. I don't know, Mayor, if you could answer it, or maybe Ginger. We have a 25, 30 page expense budget, expenditures budget, and a comparable revenue budget that's about the same length or large document. And how do I correlate the numbers in those to the numbers on here? Because if I look at the bottom line numbers on the revenue budget as compared to the expenditures budget, there's over a delta over $1 million. So how do I correlate the numbers in those two budgets to what I'm looking at on these three sheets?
Okay, so do you have the revenue number in front of you? That's a good one, easy one to start with.
The total, yeah.
Total revenues sheet.
Yeah, it's 2,746,527. Should I see that number somewhere on these sheets or a combination of columns
There should be a combination.
to get to the,
It would be a combination of them.
because I was trying to get there. I couldn't get there. Maybe it's there. I'm just looking at the wrong columns.
Okay. So. One more time, give me your total on revenues.
2,746,527.
Okay, that's our total to get there. We would have to have. Extra revenue.
So you just did revenues from these three pages. That's why you just added up.
No, I went to the
And
bottom line
of the revenue budget,
of the revenue budget. That's like 20 something pages long.
23.
Okay, where's my missing portion? All right, Ginger, where am I off? Because I come to 2, 3. Well, that's my man, 2. So that's where it's at. Okay. On worksheet there. You can get a different chair if you would like.
Your seat, you moved because of this.
All right, Ginger, what am I missing? Because
Don't those like track in software or you can just track where they come from and
So
You would-
I'm working through, like, it's 3 different programs. But Craig, strictly for general fund, that 725, 647 is on that page 53, you've got total revenues of 675, 647.
Is that in the, on one of these?
That's on the long one. Okay. So page 53. General, in there for total revenues, it shows 675, 647.
I still still don't know where you're looking. Page
The very
50.
first page, and then total
50.
revenues under general fund, 675, 647. So column 7.
I didn't have time to put you guys together, a combined page, and then if you go to the next page,
There
there's
goes Greg,
also
column
general
number
fund
7.
on there for 50,000. You add those two together, you come up to the 725, 647 that is on the budget, in the revenue budget. Same thing with the library, that 235, 389 in total revenues. And then on the next page, you've got the voted revenues of 30,945.
Okay.
Planning board matches from the first page. The 11,000 for the local government review is on the second page. PERS matches.
When you're saying matches, you mean
Between
this
this
sheet
sheet and this sheet,
and
in
the,
revenues, they match.
and the big revenue file, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
So, again, what's missing in the bottom line? Or why don't the,
And that, I'm gonna have to look through the whole thing to see where it may be off.
And so under general fund on the, never mind.
But, never mind. It's not very off.
Yeah.
That's a good question, 'cause I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
So I see where in the police training, I missed that 800 extra coming in. It was on the long sheet. It should be 6,200.
Column 5.
Yes,
Should be what?
6,200. And on the gas tax,
Which one?
I have to go back and look and see which of those numbers is correct. And on the ARPA, I should have put the full 439,123 in there. Some of that money has already been expended, but we're setting up a due to, so we should have the full 439,123 coming in this year. Combination of it and next year.
So Ginger, what are you cross comparing to see where you shorted?
I'm looking
The
at
budget, right?
the budget printout compared to the long sheet.
So how is the long sheet prepared? Is it come out of the
No.
software?
No,
Okay.
Those
It's
have to be
handed.
made.
You transcribe, okay.
These are pre-made sheets from,
it's a state form
Gotcha.
yeah.
that
Okay.
they use.
This probably doesn't have a form number on it. But, okay. I would think it'd have a form number with a revision level on it, but.
So what are, Ginger, the three that you just mentioned? Do you have a calculator? You don't have a calculator. I have my phone. You can't have your phone. Those totals, because the difference is 402,275 between here and here.
But
I'm not sick, I promise.
We can tell by the way you talk. I was in Virginia City, so not everybody on for hours.
Yeah, that's what it is.
What?
It's for 2,275.
Still works. So those are, like, Ginger saying one more time. The ARPA is,
The ARPA 439, 123,
132.
132. Thank you.
$32 from what,
Police training should be 6,200.
instead of 54? Police training for revenue.
And the gas tax,
That's the other one.
I need to check.
So Corey, we do 62 minus 54, what?
62 minus 54.
Is.
Oh.
And then your gas tax.
Is 8.
So that's just 800 difference right there. Now ARPA. Is 439, 132.
123.
What?
439, 123.
And 32. Isn't it?
32. 132.
Minus 374, 74.
0, 474.
Correct.
It's 68, 658.
Okay. That's not 402, 275, so it's, and the gas tax is the other one. So that's not, there's no way even if those two aren't off unless they're off. The remaining 300,000. So where is it? Oh,
What's that?
maybe that's the other one. Where is it? No, I don't know.
Gas taxes of 59,815.
What did you just say?
59, 815.
Is that instead of the 39,062?
Yes.
Yes.
So you said 59, 815?
Well, there it is. Isn't it?
Another question, Ginger. So what's SID revolving?
That was the Madison Avenue paving project. That's the one I said that we had paid on the bonds, but there are still people paying into their taxes on it.
Okay.
So those monies will come in, but they'll be transferred back into general.
Okay. Is that, maybe, do you know what page that is, where I would find that in the revenue? And there's something else. Well, I have another question after that.
Happens when you hang around those festivals.
Yeah, that's exactly true.
Petri dishes.
So what happens then if we put those in? Wait. What happens if you total revenues this way? 2,750,000.
Right.
Mhm.
I dropped that 1950 into the wrong
It should be
line.
under
It should be the next
special
line.
assessment, right?
Yes.
And should it be in both places, in column 4 and 5?
5,985.
Yes.
Well, so
Because I think,
the 1950 that's in column 5 under SID revolving should really be dropped down one row into special assessment streets, correct?
right,
Okay. So in column 4, does anything change in column 4 in those two lines? That is, does that 1950 still stay in SID in column 4? And now there's a $3,613 entry in special assessment streets.
and that is what is sitting in cash in that.
So the 3613 should be there in column 4.
Yes,
Okay. And there should be a 1950 in 5.
yes.
Okay. And then on the SID revolving, there should not be a 1950 in column 5. But how about column 4? What should that show?
I believe that should be there and be the 1950 because it is sitting there already, Craig,
Okay.
and it'll be transferred into that special assessment.
So,
But that
uh-huh.
that is just anticipated from what has been coming in. So, because they couldn't tell me at the county, they couldn't give me a number of what's still left in there for people to pay.
Okay. So then column 6 should only, for SID revolving, should be 1950, not 3,900, right?
Correct.
So then the estimated ending cash balance should be what?
We'll have to take that 1950 out of column 6 and 3.
Column 3 doesn't have 1950.
No.
1 and 2 do
Reduce the 3,900
by
by
1950.
1950.
And that should be the total in estimated cash balance.
Yes.
so I think, so for special assessments, streets, the total resources number is going to increase. Right, because it's now 3613 plus 1950. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So that's going to change
Bottom again.
the ending cash balance, right? The last column.
Mhm.
So another question for you, Ginger. So on the water water and sewer utility, the numbers that are in column 5, the 453, 586. This updated, I guess this is an update that was just passed out at the meeting. Is that correct to say? Or because the reason I'm asking is because the number that's in column 5 is the number that's in the 23-page revenue file. So so what do I care about this?
Excuse me again. Do you care about?
I mean, so this handout that was just distributed to at the meeting, this hard copy, where it says water utility, and it has a number at the bottom for fund final budget of 702,387. So
Are we still looking
I
at
think,
revenue or are we looking at expenditures?
oh, I'm sorry, that's my bad. Never mind.
That's okay.
Here, I'll-
Are we into expenditures?
No,
Okay.
yeah, that's my mistake. I looked at the wrong thing. Okay.
That doesn't make sense.
But shouldn't the total on the expenditure and the total on the revenue, the difference be the total at the bottom of these pages?
I would think so.
Because I thought last week it was. feel like it got more confusing and not less. Like the amount of expenditure minus the amount of revenue is the 1.1. But it doesn't show this.
Which part of this, I guess?
So it was, I thought it was the third page of the long sheets. It's on the bottom. Yeah. So where's 1.1?
Carla, are you talking, I think this would have been 9/5, is that right, for your dates that you were looking at for the other ones? Maybe. Maybe.
9.5 is with the corrected water and sewer, because that was 727,271.
So today I'm looking at the 918, the one that was put in at like 3:45-ish.
I wonder if part of it isn't in
I just went back to the original.
Say that again, Eric.
I just put in my original budget. From the one that was changed.
Which would have been this higher 702.
Yep.
And then 1.5. And then the other one revised would have been what, 510, 387, and 595, 469. So in that case, it is gonna look like,
Yeah, it is. Corey. That one, 77, 741,
2774741.
minus 252, 741.
Sorry, hold on. Do that again. 27.
277, 741,
Minus.
252, 741.
25 times.
Okay, so that answers that question. There. Okay. So. This is combined, isn't it? That doesn't answer that question. All right, looks like we have to fix the revenues section so that that makes sense again. On on page 55 of the long sheets for today. Correct? For the revenues and everything we just discussed.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused. What is it gonna be under water and sewer for the appropriations? Is it gonna be the original numbers? Or what we have in front of us, or is it gonna be the 510, 387? And 595, 69? So Eric, I guess I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand this. Is this just 1.5? That's what you were over budgeted for? Or what?
What are you talking about? The 1.5?
I don't know, 1.5.
So on the very last page, under water and sewer, in column 1, appropriation is 702, 387.
Or short. I have 3 pages of this long stuff,
There's no, page number 55, I guess,
The last page.
the very last
I don't
page.
have.
I don't have. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so it says water was 702, 387, and then from 9.5, it says it's 510, 387. So is it gonna,
702.
702 is gonna be accurate?
That's what I have, yes.
And then the sewer's 1.559.
Right.
So, and then this one was 595,000. So where does that difference come from? I guess is my question. Still, page 55, appropriation number 1, it says 1.5, but then when I'm looking back at the 9.5 version of it, it says water is 510, 387, and sewer is 595, 469. I'm looking on the drive here.
Yeah, that's,
That's when everybody made me kick on it.
that was when they were trying to cut from the original, yeah.
Right.
This one.
So there's one that stayed at 918.
I'm assuming that's what's printed out in front of me. I don't know, there's no dates on anything.
Different
Yes.
than
Okay.
Our very original one. Which I will tell you where that. So I just changed my budget and cash reserve. Oh, it's not. Allowance.
No.
If we decide on the budget, up on the budget last week, when it was due, would these numbers have been inaccurate?
Oh. You're right.
Sorry.
I don't have the answer.
I was, sorry, guys, I pulled
Sorry?
out the grand total number and put in there. If you scratch out that 1,000,005 and put in 857,569.
Where are you?
Page 55,
55
column
under
one.
sewer, instead of the 1.559956, it's gonna be 857,569.
857, 560.
Well, where did,
And how did that change? Because that doesn't match up with any,
It's in,
That's
and then he moves the difference into your totals will still end up at 1,911,011. And the budgeted cash reserve, correct? Right? So if you put the, take from 1,911,822 from 5310 on page 55, and then subtract the 857,569, that difference is the new budgeted cash reserve amount. So like if you look at every one of our long sheets, the total for water and sewer aren't, total requirements aren't different. From day,
what do you mean?
update to update to update.
Oh, you mean on page 55?
Correct.
Clearly they are, because I'm looking at the one from 9.5 and it's a huge difference.
The total
Huge difference, like
requirements,
1.5, $1.1 million difference.
total requirements, what's your total?
Oh, sorry, no, I was looking at the appropriation again.
So, looking at those, they don't change from column to column to column. I mean, from.
Okay, so question, had we signed up on the budget when we were initially asked to, would this page have been turned in incorrectly
Yes,
with all these errors?
with the 5,400, the 1950, and then the 5,925, yes, in revenues.
What page are you on the 9.5 report?
I'm in the meeting from 9.5, the agenda packet 495. And there's the page state forms, stair forms, 53, 54, 55 PDF. Oh,
Maybe, just a second.
I was looking at the report that stated 9/18. That's what I thought you were.
oh, no, I was looking at these long sheets from that date.
So, for expenditures then on water and sewer, I get that the 1,559,95 was the grand total of actually water and sewer combined. So you just put,
What?
right? I'm just gonna-
as well.
It should be 857,569.
Should be
What should,
The sewer
851.
appropriation, 851. I have 857,569. I
Right.
just don't understand why we're looking at this and these are all so messed up still.
so what are the total requirements? Or what's the budgeted cash reserve for each one of those, so I can get to determine what the total requirement is.
Oh, yeah, does the budgeted cash reserve change at all, Eric?
Yes, you were always gonna end up with the same total.
With the change on the appropriation. Yes, the cash reserve.
Well, so what's the total requirement number then? What should it be?
Apparently that's accurate, right?
The 1,911,822?
Correct.
For sewer, and then water is
Not sure.
1,539.
No.
Waiting for.
So for appropriation, was water correct at 702,387?
Yeah, sure it is. Let me double check.
Budgeted cash reserve can't be.
Oh, yeah.
I can't.
I can't get those.
Water, yes.
702,387.
387.
And sewer, one more time?
Sewer. 851, 069.
I just wrote down a different number that was told to me. It was somebody told me 857,
She's giving you
569.
a new printout right here.
There we go. Okay, that now makes sense.
So this is with all the corrections we just went over.
Yes, I want to double check on the ones Craig and I went over just to make sure I have them right, but
Okay, so the budgeted cash reserve for sewer is over $1 million. It went from like 351K to
To $1,054,000.
Is that right?
For
Should go
sewer?
up. If the appropriations went way down,
yes.
it should go up.
You had a 1,000,005 and it went to 8.7 or 8.5.
Something's not right.
Good catch, Eric.
Okay,
Well,
so,
I was just sitting there thinking to myself, what is that number?
Thank you.
So now what's your number at the top?
Ginger,
What page? 55?
Yeah,
Where?
at the very bottom.
For appropriation?
-1228773.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm sorry.
1228773 negative.
Ginger, I think there's a mistake, but in this updated one.
Okay,
Let me check real quick. I'm gonna scroll back through all this stuff.
in what we just went over with the assessments and whatnot.
Yeah,
The police training.
Because I said I wanted to
Okay.
double check those.
so yeah, so I think that's probably, let me see if that's the only one.
34. I think that got changed, right, Cory?
It's not changed on this new sheet. The police training number, Ginger.
6,200 instead of 54.
Okay.
That is updated on my new copy.
Oh, is it?
It was 54.
Oh, okay, sorry.
And then the gas tax was 39 and now it's 59.
Okay.
It's, yeah, so it's on the gas tax.
Yes, 59.
It should be
Oh.
59,850.
815, that's what I have written down too.
Thank you. I told you I did this fast.
Yeah.
So what, is there some kind of double check or like when you submit this, it just goes?
Oh, I have somebody go in and recheck. Forms to forms.
Okay. So had we signed off on the budget 2 weeks ago and these were inaccurate, would that come back to us? And would we be made aware?
Probably not. But I can't say that 100%.
I feel like it should have.
They can pull the barn door, so it's not so loud.
Okay, so fix that one.
59,000.
Back to the
Craig, what
SID.
else?
That's all I saw on that sheet, on page 55. That's the only, other than that, I think you captured everything we went over.
Okay.
In fact, more than I think I had written down, the ARPA number.
Yeah, the
Which-
ARPA number
which
should
was
have
four-
changed in appropriations and then,
So it went down in operations. Right.
Yes.
It was 439, 132, and now it's 374, 74.
No, it's 439, 132.
that is
Oh,
the
yeah,
total
sorry.
amount that we
That's where it went
have.
up.
Yeah,
What?
it went up.
That one went up and the sewer went down. Okay.
So on that one, I have written down 439, 123. Did I transpose or is that,
I think it's 32.
It's 32, it's transposed.
I transposed, okay.
Okay. So that one fixed there, and then that gets theirs, and then, I do the numbers, crunch to revenues.
Yeah.
Wow.
1061, 184,
1 second. 1, 6, 1, 8,
minus 297.
2, 7, 1060887.
Sorry,
1060887.
okay. So, with that in mind. Okay.
So Ginger, another question for you. So with the updated, with page, let's say we have page 53 and 54, and then we have the updated 55. We're corrected 55. So,
I lost my 52 and 54.
so if I go to the overall, budget, file, the 23 page,
Okay.
and I look at the grand total, the 2746527. That should be, or pretty close to, right? Except for maybe this, I don't know, the Mad Towns number of $8,030. But I should be able to get to that, basically get to that number, the 2.7 million number, by adding up a combination of columns on these 3 pages. Is that correct to say? Is that true? Because I'm looking at page 53, for example. The very first, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 lines on there, under where it says total revenues, those numbers, the 675, 647, and so on, those first 4 come right out of the revenue file, the big file. But the last line in there, where total revenues at 89,728 number does not. But
Craig, I've got it.
the number to the left of that is in that. The 25,788 is in there. So
Okay. These are the right ones.
Yeah,
I'm saying is-
yeah.
so these totals right here,
Mhm.
these first 4 are like right out of the fund totals for each one of those sections. But then when you get to health insurance, this number, this 25,788, which is what's in the fund total,
Mhm.
is not in this column. It appears here instead of here, like
Now,
all
remember,
these other ones. So
you have
that's
a
also-
combination on some of those funds of page 53 and 54 added together.
Okay.
So like the law enforcement, library, government review and health insurance.
Okay.
So they have to add together to get the total that's on the 22 pager.
Okay. So
Right, so we should be able to take,
I should be able to take what the total revenues column from page 53, the total at the bottom,
Mhm.
and the total at the bottom of the total revenues column on 54.
Or,
And then the total at the bottom of column 5 on page 55. And those 3 should add up to 2.7 or 2746527.
they don't.
Not at all,
That's right.
604042.
yeah,
What did you just say?
604042.
Yeah, 2,365,508.
that's what I did.
Yeah.
For 39.
You
Yeah.
get
So I don't,
So
I'm missing something.
we're missing 400K somewhere.
Yeah.
350K.
But unless I'm just not adding the right columns.
Or what columns are you adding on each one of these? You're doing total revenues, column 7.
So on page 53, I'm looking at bottom of column 7.
Yeah.
On 54, I'm looking at the bottom of column 7. And then on page 55, I'm looking at the bottom of column 5.
Everything with the revenue in it.
What was your number when you totaled those?
2,365,508.
Correct.
somewhere, I'm missing 380,722. Right, right.
Yeah, I'm missing, is that what the difference is?
Yeah, because this number down here should be.
Yeah.
It's pretty close. With these two numbers transposed down here, this is the correct total. Well, I mean, it's on the page, the new page 55.
Okay.
This should be 59,850.
Oh, okay, so I shortchanged it a little bit.
Yeah, it's not much at all. But,
Yeah.
so it's 106,148 down here.
That doesn't add up to
I mean, yeah, it's
the difference.
$300.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So somewhere, I'm from. So somewhere missing 380, almost $381,000. That should be in a revenue column somewhere.
380.
So, what,
380.
387.22 is what I had. But-
So if we were to do the same thing for the expenditures, would that just be the total requirements column? Is that correct?
I never really got that far, but yeah, it would seem to be, that would be correct.
I would think so. But let's just have Debbie run it. See?
Ginger, is it actually in the property tax itself? So that would increase the difference. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well,
No, just not. Because our actual there we know instead of. Do you see what I'm saying?
On page 55 would be ARPA money. That 439 needs to go into the non-tax revenue column instead of the cash available.
Yeah. Oh,
Needs to scratch out of the cash available and be
and
non-tax
there's the difference. 2 and not there.
Now we're 50K the other way.
Is it
And I think,
not appropriations? Is that the one? No, it would be.
it's in appropriations this one.
What's that?
So Ginger just said that right here on ARPA. So we fixed this number, but then it's not in cash available, it's actually in total revenue. So we put there, that changes that total, and then we're to 50 in
approximately.
But then on
But you,
Okay, in the health insurance, page 53,
That's the one where I was wondering why.
okay, yeah. And so it's on page 8 of the 23.
Mhm.
It has 25,788.
Yep.
And that should be 89,728. No,
So what I was saying is
Yes.
for all the other ones, see where it's in the total revenues column for like general, library, plan
Right.
board and so on. Those come right out of the 23-page revenue
Right.
document until you get to health insurance. And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden that 25,788 that's showing up in the 23-page document doesn't appear in column 7 like the other ones. It
Right.
appears in column 6. That was
So
my
it
question.
the column, or the page 8 of the 23-page document should be 89,728.
Okay.
Because it has transfers in coming in.
So,
But what does
Okay,
that do
but
in,
but I was still using that number in column 7. Wasn't it?
but that's gonna change it, isn't it? Cause,
So I was, when I was trying to compare it against the 2.746, the grand total number on the 23, I was still using the total on the bottom of that column. What you're saying, Ginger, is it doesn't change. The change is on the 23-page document, not on this.
Not on that.
Okay, so then that would increase the grand total in the 23-page document then by, I don't know, $3,000, 63 grand or something like that.
62,940.
yeah, increase the total there. And then that puts us, said we were 50 over, and it puts us 13,
58,410.
58.
That's what I come up with.
With the change in this piece,
And which one are you talking about?
in the 23-page revenue.
I think so, yeah.
You're 58,410.
I think so.
So John, you did the new number, what's your new number on page 55 of the long sheet? Now with the correction to the gas tax and then moving ARPA from cash available to revenues.
And I totaled it and kept going, so
I think I have 545, 280. So I'm not sure how accurate that is.
shouldn't I do?
Right,
Just
just get
total
rid
it up real quick.
$1,068.87.
1,500,613.
Mm-hmm, that's what I got too.
That's what you have?
Can you say it one more time? One.
1,500, 613.
And if we add that to the total,
Sean, did you
29.
take off that last page, that map towns, 8,030?
no, I'm just working off the
Oh, okay.
page.
So you'd have to add 8,030 because map towns is separated, it's not on here.
Add 8,000 to the total revenues,
Revenues,
8,030.
yes.
I mean, and all total revenues across the board.
It's close, but it doesn't balance it back.
It's still
Right.
plus 219, 433, plus the 8,030. I get 2,812,967. Did I mess that up?
For, oh, you mean
Yeah,
for these
doing
guys?
total revenues across the board from the changes on 5 here to the 3 summary pages.
What was your number?
2,812,967. And then adding in that I added in that 8,030 from Mad Towns.
Is that the only thing that, is that 8,030 from Mad Towns the only thing that's not included
I
in
think,
these?
I think so. So what's the
So-
total?
Did you also capture the change in the health insurance total? So on page 8 of the 23-page report, health insurance, the fund, or total for health insurance
Mhm.
is 25,788.
For total revenue?
Yeah, so if you go to it's page 8, health insurance. Scroll down, it's 25,788. But that number's incorrect. It should be, according to Ginger, 89,728.
But the 89,728 is in the total revenue
Right. I do see that.
on the summary page here.
No, I get that.
But,
what I'm
so that would
saying is,
change that end
the-
number in this.
the
tab.
grand total of the 23-page report
Mhm.
is gonna
Needs to
change.
be increased by 63,940.
Right. The difference between the 89,728 and the 25,788
Oh, okay.
needs to be added to the bottom line total, grand total of the 23-page
Oh,
report.
okay.
And
I see
then
what
that
you're
number, which is 2,810,467, compares back to these, to all these.
Yeah.
And I'm off by $5,530.
Yeah, that's about where I'm on.
Meaning there's should be another 5,530 or whichever the right number is in here, to balance out with the 23-page report. That's what I came up with. It's a lot closer than it was.
Yeah. Call it good enough. Just kidding.
I don't know. Took us 2 hours to get here.
So Mad Towns is not here. So that means that it's not on page 55, and we know it's not on 55 with the corrections, which means it would have to be, we know it's not in page,
So without the,
page 54, correct? Because 50,000 is correct. We know that the library's at, right?
Jen Farmer together is correct. Library added together. Correct.
And then health insurance.
Planning board.
Oh, I was eliminating page 54 from any being incorrect. Where's that?
What was your final number on page 23, Karen? 28?
2810467. And I added 63,940, which is the difference between those two numbers for health insurance on page 53.
So Ginger, on page 54, health insurance. Where's that in my 23-page document? There it is. Never mind. And that's correct. And on page 9. So then, to revenue. So then the last revenue, it's gotta be in. One of those,
What I see.
right?
So,
And it's in,
I don't, from what I've seen, they match up.
what's in the general? General total revenues in our. Well,
Where
doesn't,
is-
whoa, wait a minute. No, that makes sense. We're still good.
In the library, the 235, 389, and then the 3945 adds up.
Okay,
Planning board is the same. Local government review is the same. Did you know that? Is
if I take the new total,
the same there.
this guy,
health insurance, we added the
subtract off all these.
63,940
Yeah.
to make it the
I get
8,928.
difference
Okay.
of
And
55,
then
30.
permissive mills at 117,
Oh, I
488.
have to
Mhm.
add 80,
And then you move on to page
$8,030.
5,
So if I do that,
housing
now it's
maintenance,
$2,500
Mhm.
over
800
this than I am there.
library trust,
So it just so happens that it's like $2,500 entries. Are these
police
right?
pension,
If one of those went away, then they would know.
Okay,
So I guess my question is, where does this come from? Still have the tree
gas,
board.
gas tax,
I'm looking for
Is-
economic development.
tree fund 2,500,
correct.
439, 132 in ARPA. $19.50 in special assessment, 28,000 CIP, 453, 586, 456, 130.
So where the heck is that 5,000?
Ginger, I have a question when you get it. So on page 55, that first entry, economic development for 2,500 revenue,
Uh-huh.
where is that in the, do you know what page that is on the 23-page report?
I remember seeing,
I guess my question is, should that be in the column 4 or is it correct to be in column 5?
Hi, Craig, it's not there.
So should it be on the sheet? Does it belong on page 55? Does it belong in column 5 on page 55?
It does, because that is
That's a
for your
bummer.
resort tax money.
Well, so then,
That's appropriation, but it's, oh, yeah, they have to match. And the revenue comes from the mill assessment that you do to put it to there. So yes, it has to be there.
so the 25 should be in column 5, the 2,500. Yes? Is that same for the tree board, that 2,500 should be in column 5?
Correct.
The tree board is in here.
And
Yeah, the tree
is-
board's in there. I saw that.
mhm.
That's a
So
bummer.
yes, they'll have
That's a
money
bummer.
coming in the transfer.
So if I take the new total for the 23-page report, which essentially adds $63,940, which is the difference between what page was that?
Page 8.
Yeah. Where was it? I'm looking at one. Oh, where that's the difference that's the difference between column 6 and 7 on page 53. So in the revenue, in the 23-page report, it's 25,788. But Ginger, you said it really should be the 89,728 that you show on page 53 in column 7.
Yes.
So the difference between those two numbers, if I add that to the 23-page report, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then I get 2,810,467. So now if I go back and I compare that to all the updated revenue numbers on page 53, 4, and 5, then I still come up with $5,530 more in the 23-page report. So I'm left, it's not here. However, if I take the 8,030 from the Mad Towns and I add it to this report, now all of a sudden this report is $2,500 more than the 23-page report. That's why I was asking you if the economic development and or the tree board are in the right column or should be there.
You're right, but your 2,500, if you take that and total that into your 23-page report, because that should be another additional page, right?
Which one?
The economic development, because we have a tree board page for 2,500.
Okay.
So if you add,
So yeah, then if you add another $2,500 to the 23-page report,
then we're there.
then it would balance.
That's where it is.
Makes sense, I guess.
So we actually need 24 pages. And then remember that on here, Mad Towns doesn't exist. And then do the correction on page 8. And then,
Correction on page 8, add economic development, 2,500.
correct. And then on our most current sheet here, we would do 59815 in the gas tax. And then move ARPA from cash available to non-tax revenue. And then
Yes.
that doesn't change. That would change it to a balance.
So the bottom of column 5 should be, let's see, 1,516,613. So 1500613.
Yes.
Correct.
And then column 4 should be, the total of column 4 should be 2983817.
Yes.
And I don't know what it does to that number down there where it says
Yeah.
total revenues compared to appropriations, what that's going to update to. Is there a formula that goes in there, Ginger?
It's appropriations,
The bottom, where it's got that, the negative number?
appropriations minus the revenues.
What? Okay.
So what's that new total?
We're on,
7,
down here on this very bottom line,
On 55, yes.
on 55, I don't know, that's what I was asking, I don't know what the formula is that's supposed to go in there.
it's appropriations minus the revenues.
Okay, so
1 minus 5.
Yeah, so
column 1 minus column 5. Okay.
So 789,344.
Sorry, repeat that.
789,344.
How is that so much different?
So you took 1 and 5, right?
789.
Yep, 1 and 5 subtracted from each other.
You're saying bio break?
Sure.
And then rewrite that, and then that will at least get
We
that.
were concentrating on this side, right?
All right, so what do you want to do about this?
Bio break.
Obviously, this, I'll check that.
Well, that needs to be updated.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is this, this doesn't match that, it's all jacked up, right?
It's off, yeah.
Yeah. So we can't even discuss the budget until we have the correct numbers, in my opinion.
That would be nice to have.
That would be nice.
And you haven't put out the correct numbers to the public either.
Yeah,
We should,
I
I
mean,
think.
we
We should
haven't,
have correct numbers out to the public.
we haven't discussed the who's and whys, we just discussed how it's wrong on the sheet, and that'll fix it.
I feel like it's more messed up tonight than it was last week.
I do. I don't, I feel better about at least the revenue side of it. Like, this big document, and at least it ties out. I mean, I can get here from there, from the 23-page document. I haven't really looked at the expense report, but at the end of the day, then, you know, the difference between the planned expenditures versus planned revenue is, you know, but as long as we're looking at good numbers, you know, which feel another meeting coming up.
What's that?
I said, I feel another meeting coming up.
Well, if you look at our agenda for tonight, we've got a bunch of
It's
stuff
really-
on there.
Yeah. Yeah, we haven't even gotten to the meeting, really.
Yeah, but, I mean,
But
two of the resolutions are budget, so, I mean,
Right. other than
I
that,
don't see us getting there.
well, that's good. We need this work session. I haven't done the same comparison against the expenditure report, you know, to all the appropriations.
Is it just literally the line one, the appropriations line?
But
Do you compare that to the expense budget?
I don't know. Well, I think the first thing I probably do is try to add up the appropriation, you know, the numbers on these sheets, these 3 pages, and compare them back against the latest and greatest
To
expenditure
bottom,
budget.
yeah.
The bottom, you know, the total numbers. And if they match, okay, great, then I have some confidence that at least these numbers I'm looking at the right numbers here. You know, at least in the totals. But, if they don't match, then we go through the same process that we just kind of went through with the revenue numbers. Maybe, you know, it might be faster. I don't know. Might just be off by one line, or not. But having said that though, just looking at the grand totals on the planned expenditures versus planned revenue, even with the updated revenue numbers, okay, now, you know, it's still, there's still a difference of $1 million.
Which is where that would be our,
It was a difference of $1,074,000,
that'd be our,
but now I think it's closer to, you know, $1 million.
that'd be revenues.
10, right? Because this new revenue numbers is 2.8,
Mhm.
and the expenditure number is 3.8.
Yeah.
2.1 versus 10, so they're, you know, it's still, you know, millions
Million.
of dollars apart.
As I said, we haven't even started talking about the reason why, it's just,
Nine 67.
Corey, at the beginning of the meeting, you were looking at prior year budgets, right? And there was a delta between expenditures and revenues. In like every case, the expenditures outpaced the planned revenue.
Yep, in last year's was $1 million. When we walked into this meeting, it was 2.1 million. Was what. So, but yeah, obviously, well, obviously nothing.
so if we're budgeting $1 million in the hole every year, why are we still in business?
Because it never gets spent.
Because we never reach that expenditure level.
Right.
Then why are we budgeting that? That's what I don't get. That's where I'm stuck. Shouldn't the budget be accurately reflect?
Doesn't that
Yeah, so
attribute to some of the
what-
audit findings though? Is why you have the same audit findings year after year?
So for me, what I'd recommend, I'd ask everybody that has input to the budget, in some form, sit back and sharpen their pencil, say like, okay, these are the must-haves, and these are the nice-to-haves. These are the nice-to-have, you know, and start there. Tear it down, trying to get, you know, kind of at least closer.
And I can see what if you budget more, but you never reach it, then you always got this wiggle room, a safe zone in there right? But that's not what a budget's for. In my mind, the budget's supposed to be accurate. Or as close as you can come into budget.
John,
Sure.
can I like weigh in on, I know you guys are talking about water and sewer right now. In my mind, I budget for breakage. In my mind, one pump's $25,000, a cutter's $42,000. I budget for those breaks.
It doesn't print as fast as the other one.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
which is what we were saying, right?
And I do want you to look at the end of the year where I'm always having money.
The list came from the Department of Revenue.
I've never come out.
Of who?
I know,
Who has them?
so I get what you're saying.
Probably like five.
But if I don't have that money,
No, it's not that long.
this stuff happens.
But ones,
You're not coming at 3 in the
they
morning.
first didn't then draw your line, so there's a residence here, so that people are on vacation, and they go and send them this form. Like a new.
Or you try never find it.
Yeah.
I don't even budget all of
But
the
they want
money.
you to, and,
I know, then why have a budget if it's? You should just do it and we'll see where we end up. That's what you're saying, I believe, right?
I did.
Because you say things happen and this costs so much and that, but then why are we even making a budget if we're just
Why not
doing
be
it?
prepared for it?
One of the county officers.
When we have the money to, why not be prepared for it? It may look bad right now, but at the end of the year, it's gonna be just fine.
Unless it's
I
not in
hear
our
what you're
cash.
saying. I
Fine,
know.
every year.
But
It has been every year. I've got the last 5 years of water. and sewer.
I hear what you're saying and I appreciate it. That just goes against everything that I know. I believe in. You know what I mean?
And this is the way the auditor. Matter of fact, he said, put every section at it.
There must be some reason, like I'd love to hear a reason if you're like, hey, we were prepared, we had these funds allocated, then, yeah, suggest that you were prepared for disaster or a cataclysmic.
Oh, okay.
$500.
It's never bad at the end of the year.
Right,
It could be in when your cash reserves are depleted. I mean, theoretically, it's possible. It's a skunk.
Yeah, I just love to see it, like, in
Well, I tell
writing.
you what.
Yeah, I just love to chat with the auditor ultimately. I mean, I've done it before, and I think it's back to me going and talking to Shiloh Platt. If he's not here in the United States when it's time to do my taxes and I don't get to talk to him, I'm not happy. I want to hear what he has to say.
Have you tried to call them?
Huh?
Have you tried to call them?
Who? No. No, we have in the past.
Their emails are pretty, if you go to their website, their emails are right on there too.
Huh. Well, there we go. Start a list of questions.
That's our screen flash.
I'm sure I saw that, but that was kind of interesting.
So I don't think the appropriation numbers don't tie out with 3,821,333 number. 26K. So there might be a similar, I'd probably go through the same comparison just to see if I can find where it's at. But even still, it's, you know.
So the expenditures is only like 4,000 difference. Well,
It
it's
is.
not true.
I got more than that, but
Hold on.
maybe I'm doing it wrong. I'm just adding up column 1, right? I'm looking at column 1 for expenditures, or do I look at the total requirements column?
It's 35,000. Is that what you got?
It can't be the total requirements, because this is,
No, it can't.
so it has to be,
It should be
Maybe column
column
one.
one, right? So it's just add
Sure,
up
hope
column one,
So what do you get for a difference?
2289.
I just had it, I think it was like,
35,000.
yeah, it was like 35K, like 35 something.
And what's the total expenditure on the 23 page?
3821333.
So we're close.
What do you have?
What are you talking about?
What's that?
Expenditures on,
Total expenditures.
on 30 pages, you mean?
Yeah, compared to what's on this sheet here, on these summary pages.
Oh. You guys kept this stack of doom all to myself.
Is it still the 3882?
I get on these 3847022.
That's what I got.
Oh, okay.
So there's a,
I know, it sounds like a miserable little
there's
seal.
a difference, it's actually that,
There's
so
this-
this number,
This is
the
with
number
here
on
that
for fun.
correction there to there, so now we're This is a completely fixed, everything we
Get
discussed.
rid of this one, go with this one.
Yes, and the 23 pages is now 24 pages with all the corrections there.
And the 53 and 54 are the same pages.
Correct, so far.
This is 24, 25. Yeah, I feel like Sheridan uses a super antiquated page.
But they're prohibited to us by the state, so I don't know why they would have to try to. Well,
They didn't, I swear they did not put this middle page in the Twin Bridges.
So maybe if they just do it combined, like 53 and 54, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like we did this first night. Page 53, and I don't have never mind. Page 40.
That's just her print out.
Yeah, that's 453, I don't know what this is. Never mind. Okay. So now. Where's this? This. There's a new clip.
This number, should we take Madtown out of that? Add it to it.
There's
This is the
this.
summary of all three. Is that here?
It's not in there.
80-30.
Where were you thinking I added this?
To the expenditure,
Why would you have to expenditure? I'm not sure.
because we added it to the
What's the revenue?
revenue.
I'm not,
Mhm.
I don't understand. Sorry.
Well, I'm
is
just trying to
revenue?
get this to equal that.
But we pay Mad Towns, we don't get money for Mad Towns, we pay Mad Towns, so it's an expenditure.
So I had, so this, okay, so this has $2,500 more in it than I was thinking.
So we do get money from them.
If we need to fix something, we
So
don't get money
if you-
from them, no.
if you took that number,
That's
You
what I thought.
compared it against, these, that you have, you'd come up
Your expenditure.
$8,030 short.
Yeah. Yeah,
Or
and that's,
you should, you better come up with 8,030 short.
Right. All right, Ginger, the page 53, or newest page 53, appropriations. No, maybe I don't have the right sheet. Never mind. Let me go here. So now I have to do the other side, right? Which is correct. From 9.5, expenditures packet, page 6. Oh, lost my pen.
There's an expenditure report in today's packet. Oh, we're going off of that.
I'm going through the numbers to make sure they're matching up, just like we just did. And where they're at, thank you. Where those numbers came from, to make sure that they're correct on here to here. So that's correct at 885, 415.
Libraries that complete 708, and the 945 on the next page.
3945, 267, and then 53. So that one's correct, and then that's correct. And appropriations. And then planning board, 47,400, that's correct. And then economic development is page 9. Where is that?
It's on page 55 at the top.
Okay. So there's that one. Local government review, 1,100. On page 10, on page 54. PERS. Correct on page 53. And then health insurance is 53 plus, wait. Oh, wrong sheet.
So the 117,568 on 53, and the 117,588 on 54.
They're there.
And that's 50 and 54.
Correct. And so those 2 pages.
You can see that 117, 488 in there, because the attorney's closed. Well, it goes there.
And then the next one is street assessment, 145, 164. Which is the same as that one on page 55. The library trust is the same. Police training 2810 is the same. Gas tax appropriation is the same. Same, wait. 28-21's the same. Sidewalks no longer exist. Tree fund is the same. ARPA, that's different. We have to change that number. Expenditures to 439,132. We got repairs I have to do one. Specialist status spent that. Is different.
Are you on page 23?
Mm-hmm.
Watch this, 3613. Report dated 18.
Okay. So that's correct. Capital's incorrect. And then the water and sewer would be from the sheet that was down here today. Which I wrote on the backup. Somewhere.
What are you looking for?
When it came in today, there was just the 510 and or 5210 and 5310 changes. They're correct. I mean, it's not right here. So other than the ARPA, I think it's correct. The expenditures packet, or did I miss that?
What page is the 50K for the general law enforcement? Oh. The general law enforcement.
Didn't see it in expenditures.
And then that and the SID.
Well, so Fund 1000 is the general. So it's gotta be built into the general fund.
So it's part of that 885, 415.
Yeah.
So it shows up.
So it should,
So it should not be on page 54. Or should it be on page 54, but take 50K out of the 885?
835.
So 835, 415.
415,
835, 415.
yes. 35, 415 on the first page.
Yeah. Okay. And then where's the 1950 for SID revolving? Maybe I just missed it. It's in, fund was 3,400. I'm not sure what page it.
I didn't see that either.
Yeah, I don't have that one here.
Should it be there? Well, it's showing. Okay.
And put it will have that appropriation to be transferred into general.
So we need to add a page. To the packets. Actually, you do too, because then you would be able to check off that. That's still in general, so no. So Ginger, where would you do that on expenditures? The general law enforcement? Or is it really just built into the breakdown of?
So, on page 50, we only have 835,415,
Right.
and then the 50,000 added to that, 885.
It gives you, yeah, it's just not separately broken out. Like, yeah, okay.
And then admin, 50.
Depending on that stuff. What?
I was having issues with the library and, you know, I had the apples together to make it
Yeah.
a came back trying to figure out why it wasn't working. Okay.
So what other corrections we made to
Yeah. Because one's 2271 and the other one's 2272. Separate.
you see it? So that correction has to be made on 2371, right?
Maybe I'm just gonna put those two funds together.
We'll break them up half, right? So that'll be a correction to each part, right? Do you like to talk?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
So on page 12,
Mhm.
whatever, 30. That number's right.
That number needs to be the same as our 117,568.
So the 117,568 needs to go and you need to put in 126,189, is that what you're saying?
No,
On page 12, put in 117,568.
Okay, all right,
And then you've got the 117,488 on page 13, which makes the 235,056.
so that means that there's an over in this, in this balance. So that'll get the number reversed.
Mhm.
Yep, that fits.
And then the 8,400 was like,
Okay. One more time.
please, 767.
Just about, is it pension or? She was so. I did.
The only other note so far, on page 53, the general fund, changing the number of books. So then that means column 3 needs to be updated. One.
Yeah.
And I think column 4 needs to be updated. You gotta put 50K out there. Because you're taking 50K out of one. Right? Because that's the only way you're gonna get column 3 and column 8, I guess, to equal. Right? So they should equal column 3. The only way you're gonna do that is if you take 50K out of, you can't fit it in that revenue. If you just want to do that for a couple hours. Yeah, take it out of cash again. Okay. Right? Not fine. but column 3 and column 8 are balanced. What you think.
That makes sense.
And there'll be a similar situation on page 55. Since we updated the ARPA numbers, in order to get column 3 and column 6, the balance of it, you have to take $68,658 from out of column 4 somewhere.
The table says the budgeted cash reserve line changes.
No, I know that. But I want to get the total down here, which says here. So, I don't know if you take it all out of one line. Just figure out, in order to get this, the total, which is 14. Can't touch it. So, yeah, sometimes you have to get this total.
Exactly, yeah.
So,
What I'm saying is on this department, there's nothing there. Can you just take it out of one of these other lines? Or does it have to be in that line?
Why couldn't you?
Well, I don't, know, that's what I'm asking. I mean, it seems like these all have to be right, and those have to be like squared.
I think that makes sense. It's like this line over here, you have to
This line.
do something over here, you have to do something over here to get this. Because you're
Okay, I mean, you know more than me, I just.
Not really.
no,
I'm just asking questions.
I think you're completely right, because that's your line 3 has to be the same as line
Total, yeah,
but
total.
it can't if you don't pull something. That's why this big
Yeah.
bar is sitting
Yeah.
here. Kind of,
Yeah.
So on page 53, it's kind of like, well, there's something in column 4. There's an entry in column 4 that you can reduce by 54. Page 53. To get the total for column 8 and 3 to balance.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you come over to page 55, you change the ARPA number in the appropriation column. Then your total in column 3 is going to change.
Yeah.
So that means your total in column 6, well, or I'm assuming, maybe it doesn't say that they have to balance, but maybe you can leave your total in column 6 the way it is. But if you want the total in column 6 to match the total in column 3, you got to take $68,658 out of column 4 somewhere. So there's no cash available on the same ARPA line on page 55. So does that mean you have to pull it from a number of different places, or all out of one place, or maybe you don't have to. It doesn't say on this
It
page
doesn't say it
that
has
it
to.
has to equal, so
Yeah.
maybe it doesn't. I don't know, maybe.
But that's
Yeah,
what they-
it has to come to zero if other than zero budget is not balanced.
Okay, so
So
then
you have to.
so you got it somewhere in column 4. You have to make this up. So reduction,
Yep.
so that you get the,
But, like, my question was, can you make it out of any of those other ones in column 4, or does it have to stay on that same line item?
Same line item, right?
But there's nothing in that line item.
We'll put something in there.
put 658 in there, and just take it out. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. This is Ginger's question.
I mean, I'm not a finance guy, you know what I mean? I know, yeah, absolutely. But,
You get it.
yeah,
Yeah, I feel like I kind of. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Yeah.
right. Right, so I'll ask the same question again. What do you want to do?
About,
Yeah,
at the end of the day,
no, yeah, I don't think we can get there.
I think it needs to be updated, and if it needs to, if it's posted so that the public can see it, I think that needs to happen. So that they can,
Yeah,
Okay, legit, yeah. Well, I guess, on the agenda, yeah. Yeah, neither Twin or Sheridan have their 24-25s posted, so neither one of them.
I talked to Matt, and he said they haven't approved it yet,
Oh, really?
24, 25.
Huh.
He says he's thinking next week, or this week, or pretty soon. What's that?
what are you doing tomorrow? What are you doing tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
She's got to take care of.
Yeah, put their ground.
Oh, okay.
17 and 18, but I'm still gonna take it.
Me too. Thank God I talked to Corey the other day.
This morning I run his day.
Yeah,
Corey ruined mine yesterday. I'm like, so, I wish they were meeting. Corey's like,
yeah, I think so.
oh.
So we're really gonna have a meeting after
Let
this?
Nikki know.
I'm not staying anywhere.
Well, it's, look at what's on the meeting, it's approval of, I'm not getting, I mean, I don't see us getting there.
Great, so have you signed off on it last week? We just all went through it.
Yeah, historically, there's always been a bunch of extra accounts, or even to use it, but I know 2019, 2020, that they had, there was still money for the last, local government review. Like,
Was that just extra money that they had left over because the local government maybe didn't spend as much as they thought, and they were just kicking the can down the road with it?
Basically, it's like one of those funds that you really go over this every year. You can be like, well, let's get rid of that and
Yeah.
throw it back in the general fund or wherever it is.
Yeah.
I wonder if the expenditures number, or numbers in the expenditure report for like, compensated absence and stuff, for those,
Way back then.
I mean, in this, we're talking about, vacation, and it's supposed to cut off at what, 40,
90 hours.
whatever it ends up being. Are the compensated absence, that's vacation.
Yeah.
So the numbers that are in here, are those over and above the 40, whatever, something hours, or the days or whatever, so how can that be? If it's against the law. No, I know, but,
Completely.
okay, so,
Right,
I guess my
because
point
no
is-
one, how can that be if no one wants
well, I guess in my mind, if you're allowed, well, Article 6, and they just, I'll prove you for 50, but state law says like 40. Well, then those extra 10 hours will never just.
Right, and they're gone.
It should be fun. And if you like all of a sudden say like, oh, no, all of a sudden I'm gonna take 10 hours real quick before like anything changes or whatever. Well, you don't have 40 hours. You didn't use those last.
minus 10.
You have 30 now. That's really so. I mean, if the hours, if those categories in the exemption are inflated, that needs to come out. Right?
Especially if
In
it's
my
against
mind,
state
those hours
law.
were never really yours to begin with.
Yeah.
If the law says,
Or a policy says, yeah.
That's just, I think that's just a quick email question to our attorney, stating the facts.
How do we handle it?
Well, there's still,
Nobody has to be about it. Nobody has to be about it.
Right.
This is how.
yeah, I don't
Are
think
these all the pages?
I don't, but
well, this one has nothing in it, so I'm just gonna like throw in an extra 50,000. Or $250,000.
Make sure you write your page
Just in
number on.
case. It's not like,
all right, so these are all new. Yeah, all new.
All the, we need,
Revision number 87.
yeah, some of all the weird articles. There's supposed to be expenses related in,
Clarify now,
I was gonna say, you can't just take it out of some of these other numbers. It
no,
has to be on that line item, right?
so that's how we did it, so we did it in
Okay.
to get us to the tax dollars.
Yeah.
so this is the good one?
Yeah, that's the new. The
How can
latest,
that be?
greatest.
You haven't changed this number.
No, because, what's that number?
Okay, so,
It doesn't come out of, this number, the tax available, is what was available at the end of the last fiscal year. So you can't tell me that number magically go up
okay. I wanted it to go down, but okay.
or down. It's the actual from.
Okay. So you updated this number, but then what, you just put it over here. Just move it over there, so that this number stays the same. Okay, I guess that's fine. Let's do it.
So just, if number 2, line number 2 gets changed,
So this number changes, this number changes. Let's see. This column stays the same. These two columns stay. You're just moving it from here to over here. Okay.
Because you can't take it, right, you can't take it out of anything, you're,
Okay.
and that's.
So what did you do on page 55? That's the formula.
What we did there is we did a negative on the tax available.
so that's, okay.
Yeah.
Above the third grade. Okay. So I don't have to like cross stuff out anymore or line through it anymore? Final answer?
What did we decide about the, nine ten? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, so the math, it's not on these sheets, that $8,030.
Right, because this is strictly town of Ennis, right? This is just town of Ennis operating. As far as this is the word, it's a collaboration. It's kind of weird on account, and it has its own bank account that's completely separate from our town account. So that's why it's going up. It's not strictly town of Ennis expenditures and revenue. It's next page. Okay. So taking and then to correct all of that in expenditures, it's 3,767,401. With the corrections, 3,767,401. Is that right? 67,401. 67,401.
Can you say it one more time for me?
376740.
What was our,
So that's the road expenditures, yeah.
Revenue was 281,2967.
You have a correct.
Well, it's different. 95442.
listen, man.
Then in 1.074.
So you want to see it.
I think we need, answers on what the auditor, actually, that's the answer. said, this is what he's, what he's supposed to make them, so.
Well-
That's-
Yeah, I'm looking at yours, but the thing is, that's the consistency I see in this year. Like what, like look at that information for. Yeah.
She's gonna what?
I don't think that they're looking at anything like that.
Yeah, maybe not.
Probably not. So that's one. And then something. We're comparing them to see if they budget kind of similar, like for 5210 and 5210. But then I look at the revenue side, and they're not 2,491,676. And then in water, so I think that's one not selling a ridiculous amount of water, probably.
So with the water, 453,000.
So they have work station. So that's why and they didn't complete appropriation. We're gonna let somebody put in a valve.
I honestly don't know. I don't know if we're doing anything. I mean, would it be possible just, set email the auditor with questions if they're not available for funding? Well, Eric said he received input from the auditors on how he was supposed to fill out his budget.
Elsie?
I think he said that Kelly, or the auditors told Kelly, that's how the information should, that information should, when he was working on it, he would have it.
No, and I understand that Kelly said every year he was always like, these numbers are what they are. That's the end of the story. The sinus pressure actually helps me focus.
You're gonna get me sick and I'm gonna be mad. I would at least do the, and you can't, I can't say you can't, but as per recommendation, the resolution 607, I would do a continuation. And, or, wait, no, yeah. If we're doing the rest of it, that's probably what my recommendation is. You just can't do that. So, 9.5. That's when you said, take access, and you said, okay, right? And 53 and 53. And then take up the years, and then we do that, and then we work them at full year average.
Sounds good.
And with that, other than the plan set. Other than the ones that I knew were projected in there, as the things like the gutters, the pressure colder gutters, so it would go up to this one, lower, those. Or do we look at other areas? If you wanna do a reduction.
No, it's just the job description.
No.
Anyway, I just see it right here. I didn't share it with you.
It's a link.
It's a link, yeah, in the email.
You sent it today. I guess just thinking out loud, like one of the primary rationales for even doing having an actual budget maybe keeps the commission more a budget that's not in the negative, keeps commission more involved with what's happening. Us more involved with the budget throughout the year. If there are cost overages.
I felt like in comparison, it was just the same difference, like the amount of volume that is spent in budget and revenue to have our finance be another week on all of our corrections. And we're doing the exact same.
And these are the same sheet. But like I think you're correctly combined. We just have two worksheets. We don't have three. Quinn has not approved their budget either,
Not as of last month. I was checking. I can't remember if you said this Thursday or next Thursday.
So any other arguments, i.e. Think about what we discussed last year about $11,000 in
what is that to see it, you know, if they're,
Probably.
Wayne,
So when you're doing that, if you're looking at IT, I would look and see if, how that's a problem. I mean, if, is it technically a department, how is it done? What establishes something as a department then becomes my question. Is it something that occurs in the town code? Like, cause zoning has it, you know, there's all of those things, but the library is not in anywhere in the town code, so it's not a department. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Like, what defines something as a department?
We've got a line item
I think
for a
he just,
while, and he quit, and that's when John started, was when he quit, I think. But I don't know if it's a contract.
technically it's a contract position, right?
I don't know.
It's an employee,
Might be,
paid as
I'm sure.
employee position.
I think that was his name.
I'm just saying I would definitely pose some questions before I just jump that one. Or deal with unintended consequences. Of not knowing the answer. Or not posing the question.
We could still cut the budget back down to 16, whatever it is. Say that's what you're willing to spend. It's up to the commission to appropriate funds according to the charter.
I just had questions about training. Like when I was training, I had to go take a test for my pharmacy tech certification. I had to pay for it and then I got reimbursed. Is that technically what this is? Why we budget for it? Is that what happens? Like the employee pays for it or it just goes on the bank card?
It depends on,
Registration, sorry, Vicky.
yeah, it depends on the training and which way you're talking about it.
Okay.
It could be either way.
Yeah.
Travel is usually reimbursed. The travel for training, if you travel for training, that's usually bring in the receipts and we reimburse.
Okay.
But as far as registration, then we can do those through the office. Or those have to be paid in advance, registration.
I guess I had to register with the school and then they reimbursed me for cross country for coaching and stuff.
Go either way.
But like all of our trainings through the league, those conferences, the registration is done. Yeah, and it's built into your travel and everything else is all built into here. We use the card or payment for your registration. Then you get reimbursement for your actual mileage once you're there and your rooms and your food. You fill out the reimbursement form. It's like Susie goes to court next week, court school, her and Jordan. We didn't pay the registration fee for Jordan, county did. We reimbursed the county for our half of Jordan. We'll reimburse Jordan for half of her mileage and food. We'll reimburse Susie for her half of her full travel expenditures.
But my hotel would be already paid and, it's already on the card.
Yeah. And most of those conferences, like they lock in at like a state rate ahead of time, and if you register, you get them at that rate. Unless it's Helena during legislative session, and then just good luck. It's more expensive than the regular state rate.
Yeah. All right, so the overage right now is about 25% of expenditures and 33% of revenue. So, I mean, the big question comes down to is everybody feel comfortable with that budgeting style of throwing the kitchen sink in there and then knowing you're never going to get there? Like Eric was explaining to us earlier, he budgets for the worst case scenario in every aspect of his budget. And I would expect that that's what every department's doing. And knowing that they're never going to get to the top end of that.
Well, I think some departments are being very cautious.
Well, maybe, you're right, I made a generalization.
If you take the enterprise funds out of it, what's the deficit in the general fund? Not water and sewer, because they're kind of their own separate thing, and so what's the? So how much, what is column 1 versus, well, I guess, or how much of your, are you using of your budgeted cash reserve in column 1 of the new, or, excuse me, column 2 of the new updated? What's that?
For general,
For general fund, not any of the other ones, just general fund.
budgeted cash reserve is 368,776.
And what is your cash available in for?
528, 524.
Okay. So if you think about it as using, you've got 528 change thousands in your savings account, you're using $368,000 of it.
Mm-hmm. But maybe using.
But doesn't mean maybe, they have, you're telling them
authorizing the
you're
possible-
authorizing them to spend that entire amount of money, and then what happens next year? When they spend $368,000 of your savings account, and you don't have the cash reserve to hit it next year. And it would be something if they were, oh, there's a paving project, okay, that's a one-time thing or whatever, but if these are continuing operating expenses, then you're gonna have to figure out to make that budget shortfall next year. So as difficult as it is this year, it's gonna be even worse next year.
And you're looking at it just as that 76, or as general versus this, that, and the other. So if you do it in reverse, total that the town is allowed to levy is 76.51. Of that 76.51, in our appropriations, we did it as is broken down in that final column. So in addition to the 6 voted mills for the library, there's an additional 10. In addition to what was already established in the planning board, there's an additional 6 for, it's not general fund, those are planning processes that affected general fund by doing more that way. Does that make sense?
No.
So the first worksheet I get is not like this. The first is tells us how many mills total, which is the 76.51, and that number changes each year based on what a mill is worth, right? So where's last year's? You have, Corey gave you the thing? For sure. Over the years, in 18 and 19, 123.6 mills is what we were allowed to levy. 19, 20, 115. As the amount of a mill goes up, the amount of mills that we're allowed to levy goes down. So in that, we get that total right off the bat. And then what I did was took that amount, that 76.51, looked at the budget for these non-voted levies and said, we're appropriating 10 of those to the library. We're appropriating an additional 6 to planning board.
Okay.
Instead of saying, because library gets 6. Sometimes they got 12. This year in their budget, they identified capital improvement, and to get us to all of their fixes, that's where we were at, and still leave them with a budgeted cash reserve that allowed for furnace failure. That's how we got to that number.
Okay.
Is it reasonable to say that you've always, or that former mayors have always allocated like a certain percentage of mills to the library or to the planning board if there was one?
Planning board, 0 mills.
Well, right, there wasn't one.
No, there's appropriations there. Planning board, that was the same. There, 21, when we were first getting it going, there was 3 established. So I'm saying if we didn't have the planning board, let's just say it didn't exist, whatever. We knew that the same process was going to happen, right? We were going to go through the growth policy. We were going to go through a zoning update, right? We're going to go through subdivision regulation. Where would that come out of? It would be general fund, right? Because we would all be, we would be the substituting planning board. So that money would be there instead of broken out here. So we appropriate the additional mills for those projects that, yes, are whole town things as a general, but currently designated to that board to be the line item, because that's where that project is occurring. Library typically gets 6, and then this number's 6. An additional 4 this year because of long-term planning for the library. An additional 10. They get voted 6. Most years they got 12. Last year was 9.
How much money is up?
What, 10 mils?
Yeah, the total was 16.
The 10 additional from this is, so 16 total times 5,137, is that what my mill is valued at this year?
Didn't you say 7651?
That's how many there are.
Yeah, that's not the value.
It's line 6 divided by 10.
5,157.
Times 10. Plus 6. What?
62 cents.
And 62 cents.
So 50,000 altogether.
No,
5,000 altogether.
5,1.
51,576 and 39.45.
80. No.
No.
50 and some change, 51.
Oh, okay.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
That's what I said.
Additional. I thought, well, you said total.
Oh, well, yeah.
So 80 total.
What?
So that's really not a lot.
What? And then there's their revenue value of a half a county mill, which is 173, something like that.
I just have a question because I don't know, I would think for budget's sake, it probably should be in there, but like the 2 open positions that we have are PD and one public works, right? So we have open. You would want to budget for those wages, like, we can't take them out of the budget to make it look better and then do a budget amendment to have them back in sometime. Correct.
That's a projected expense. That's like kind of a reality.
No.
And then
Right, I didn't know, so I'm just asking, it should, theoretically, it should be budgeted.
I guess you could argue that one way and another. Like the numbers we ran for not including where the first quarter anyway.
I think we need to look into the compensated absence for sure then. And chat with the auditors and chat with the attorney.
What's the attorney question exactly?
Exactly, like if Montana code says you can only have X amount of hours booked for vacation,
Okay.
but we're budgeting for $60,000 worth of whatever it is. Compensated absence.
I would be interested to, I think I'm just gonna call the financial division and say, are these numbers typical on the spreadsheet for other towns? Like, is this kind of the norm, or are we not?
That would be super handy information.
And then it still meets like all the handbook requirements. Or recommendations, sorry. Different wording, recommendations.
I mean, you guys were on this for several years. You guys approved the budget last year and the year before, right? What was the discussion at that point?
To go back to the minutes.
Right, I mean, it wasn't,
Did we see that
the
there were,
deficit never really sunk in. They never went over it this detail, I think, and it, yeah. never-
Okay.
So last year's budgeted cash reserve was, am I getting this right? What was it?
It was high, I remember, I looked through those today. It was high.
Last year's budgeted cash was 191,415. And the available was 356,372. So that 356,372 grew to 528,544. Is that correct? Pretty much as a statement.
If the health insurance is gonna be revamped come this spring, isn't that fall into the next thing?
No, that would be for the next fiscal year. 'Cause that wouldn't take effect until July 1st.
So how do you do this?
July 1st. Me too.
So they would pick the plan in like the spring.
So it's just growing. Cash available.
Which isn't theoretically how it's supposed to work, right? Actually, I should see something in here.
That's kind of like your savings, so I would hope that you could get it to continuously grow.
Yeah, I mean, you wanna save, but you also don't wanna.
Yep, that number could be as big as it wants to be.
No, I think there's a limit on how much you can have in cash reserves, isn't that right, Ginger?
Budgeted cash reserve is.
50% of the appropriations.
Right.
So as long as you're appropriating a large amount every year, is that maybe why the budget's done this way?
Because we're almost there right now, right?
So you're,
Half.
But then you don't use it and it still ends up.
Then it just ends up in your. So Ginger, if, this is another random question, but I think it's correct. So the budgeted cash reserve for the planning board, no, it doesn't. Never mind. I had a thought, but I didn't, no. Or is it just libraries? Their reserve remains to them.
Actually, none of them. I mean, they're all supposed to roll over. That is just something that they try to do, is keep that amount of cash reserve. But at the end of the year, if you are a tax-based fund, I mean, nobody has the right, unless, except for like the voted mills, to hang on to that money.
Right.
It's supposed to roll into whatever is budgeted for the next year.
So like if court doesn't pay all their court, it doesn't roll back into court automatically. It rolls back into general fund. But the library, if they don't, it doesn't go back into general fund. For expenditures, or does it?
But didn't you show, we historically left some money in the government review? Did you find that in 2019?
Yeah.
That's just like paying it out in a random fund that can make it look like we have less.
Even like the tree board.
I don't think we did.
I mean, there was a couple of years that tree board money just, yeah, rolled, but you also had donations.
Oh, gotcha. Because it was specifically to that.
Yeah.
So it's got to stay in that fund number. I don't know what the right answer there is. I get both sides. I also see where I've seen where at higher levels of government, they said, well, you only spent this much, so we're going to cut your funding down to what you spent last year. So then it becomes a habit to, max out your expenditures and your thing, because then next year they won't cut my funding because,
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? And then there's a balance to that, but we've seen that.
But here it's, oh, I didn't spend my money last year, I'd like to do this project this year. I think it's more, you're more boots on the ground now as opposed to, the higher level that you're talking about, where you're not knowing what that specific department is up to. I think it's pretty easy to say, hey, last year we didn't have any special projects. This year we want to do A, B, C, and D, and that's why our budget is this. So.
Yeah, I guess I'd say you don't make the local news if you go under budget, but you do if you run over budget. That's not something. I don't try and run over budget.
So looking at page 55, like street maintenance, you have appropriations 145K and a budgeted cash reserve of 50. Then you drop down to the gas tax, the first line, which is 39,075, but then a budgeted cash reserve of almost 3 times that number. And that gas tax is going to road and street maintenance repair. Why? I guess.
I think he's trying to build the fund, Craig, so
that you can actually do one whole road.
Yeah. Because then, also for the water and sewer, the budgeted cash reserve amounts are, I don't know, they seem awful high to me. But I'm not
And you can have
public works guy, but
there isn't a limit in enterprise funds.
But you said you could have up to a 50% of a pro?
In a tax-based fund.
But Eric only gets to build his savings account with income, basically. You can't just, right? Is that true?
Yeah, none of that comes from general fund. It only comes from sales or grants. Or And interest off of streets paying back graders or something, or legal. So I guess that's on the other, it's mini bank funds, interest from other funds.
I don't know, I just looked at it, so those three lines are $2 million of the $2.1 million, $2.2 million total.
And when I re-crunched actuals, what was it, actuals? Can't remember where it was, I don't have that sheet. It was somewhere between 500 and 702. I think they both ran right around 600 when I did them.
I think they were both in that 500 range, Vicki.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way
So
the
the
department
budgeted-
head can see, like, go back to them and let them see where they could maybe tighten up
Make
some,
any kind of cuts.
yeah, that way, I mean, since they're the ones that do the job every day.
25%.
What?
We're 25% over expenditures. So if we cut theoretically, straight across the board, every department cuts 25%, then we would get there. Theoretically, I'm not saying we do that.
I mean, I was just looking for the outliers on expenditures that are considerably higher. I don't know what you do there. I think there's a lot of theoreticals and we need to know. Are we about on par? Are we way out of base? Everybody should have those. We feel comfortable if we're about where everybody else is. Looking at twins, it kind of looks like it to me, but other than in there.
If we could get a shirt like reach out to the finance department, if we can get like somebody from there that says, yes, I'd probably be more comfortable with it.
Or you can even send out on, like, every clerk is doing these right now. We can send it out on listserv and say, can we see your long sheets?
Nice.
And then you'd have an idea. I mean,
Sounds like a plan.
and then know that, you know, we have 53, 54, and 55, but Twin only has 50. I don't know. But they should be somewhat comparable. Okay?
I mean, we've been running a deficit for what, 10 years here, right? That we can,
5 at least that I know.
so we need,
So I think that's where it's at, is you guys need to know that, or want to know that before you make a decision, or if you want to know if you're going after more trimming of the extras to get expenditures further down. Correct?
No, I think that sounds good.
All right, any other digging that you want me to do or ask while I'm calling financial division or send out on clerk's listserv, send me an email, and then I will punch it all together, compile it all together. Put it on the drive. What's,
Well, we gotta get some information after the last meeting. There were a couple of things in the audit that we didn't know, and then we were gonna get some job descriptions from the last meeting.
yes.
But then wasn't there, like, on the first page of the audit, that bottom section that you were like, I don't know, can we get clarification on that?
Yes, but we pretty did.
Something about post-employment,
Okay.
Oh,
that's right?
Yes, I have all those notes. Because I'm supposed to get you all of the current job descriptions. I was supposed to send you ones from Three Forks and some others. But we'll go through.
Three Forks in there.
Three Forks is clerk, deputy clerk, job descriptions and whatever, how they do it. All right, so let's knock out what we have to knock out real quick. We're all here, open official part of this, moving out for our work session.
I'd really rather not.
I think we have to,
It's a posted meeting.
It's for our work session.
Roll call.
Here.
right,
Nikki, here. Brandy's gone again, and, okay. We can do the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, public comment on non-agenda items. Second call for public comment on non-agenda. Last call. All right, resolution 608, resolution of the town authorizing submission of community development block grant application to Montana Department of Commerce from Great West. We went through all the contract stuff, but 608 was on last one, and you guys didn't have it. And it's one of the check marks for that grant is the
Yeah.
resolution.
I move to approve resolution 608 and apply for the Community Development Block Grant application through the Montana Department of Commerce.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Public comment. Yay, nay. All right. No public comment from online. Calling the vote. Mr. Abernathy.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. 607, 2024. That was would moved for continuation.
Or table or,
Continuation
to
is our magic word.
okay,
All right.
Aye.
Once, yeah, and that's with, we didn't set a date last time, did we? We just said once the other information was provided. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any public comment on that? Okay.
Aye.
Here. Did you make a motion?
Yeah, I thought I did.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Anything on unscheduled? Commission, anything exciting?
Not especially.
Okay. Important news, so that you guys are up to date. Because everybody in town's talking about it, all the Paramount picture filming for one day of filming for their new TV series, The Madison. They've gone through 4 weeks of resubmission of traffic plans, this, that, and the other, and the final encroachment and user agreements have been signed. They did not have a specific film date yet. They gave us a range. As part of one of the conditions of issuing their user agreement, I said they must give 36-hour notice so that emergency personnel, and we can put it on Facebook so people know alternate route for that day. Good? So that's the plan there. Followed up with Montana League. They did hire their second clerk for help. So it is Jody and Jody. So Jody Campbell, Jody Rogers. They do, Jody's sick. Rogers is sick. So we didn't set an actual scheduled date or work date. What happens is they can do a remote access like Trevor is doing from the Department of Financials and do catch up with documents remotely. They also specifically come in and do specialized training after identification of whatever deficiencies that they've seen, and they're working back and forth between documents, or if there's something specific like the clerk or the deputy clerk want to train on. So once those are identified, they give an estimate to Thomas Jodane from the league, and then Thomas writes up the contract for your guys' look over. So right now, as soon as Jody's not sick, we'll get with Ginger, try and work out like an estimate on what we think at least our initial part is going to be for needs, so that Thomas can do the contract. That was that. What else happened on Monday? Followed up with Molly from the annexation process and with Susie. She's public commented several times.
Yeah.
That's done. And been back in contact with the Department of Commerce for final documentation update for the HB 819, so that all those documents are complete with the contact information. And same with Great West. But I haven't got confirmation from them for everything that's applied for, because on those last documents it still had Green Bomb to update those. I think that was Monday in a nutshell. Okay, that's all. I moved to adjourn. I can't do that.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
And Nikki's definitely at an eye. Okay. Really should have got the special effects done so we got charged for it.
No, what?
The special events done, so I could.
Oh, for the, well, look at it this way. They're going down the river with two of my guides tomorrow, so I'm charging them for it.
The county's doing something, you know, what? The movie. I know there's, you know, how we like require 1 million? They've got 30 million.
Yeah.
Insurance fund as well.
They've got a bunch of cash.
So that's what? The insurance company, you know, like on our. I can film. Oh, they require. No, we just use our regular standard. Yeah. Liability, but theirs is 39. They insure.
Let me get out of your way. Thank you.
I just think the long ways are just record.
I can't read.
Only if we sing the whole thing in the rain song.
We recycle paper here.
We have a shredder, but we don't. Not use no tax, but it's reading. Karen does. Exactly what I said. He. I think we should just give those spaces. Well, like. Date stamp for these things as they come out. Oh, wait. We have like one. The expenditures one that with the adjustments
Yeah.
is done. So we'll send that out. I'll have to send that out.
Yeah, I don't think we could have voted on a budget anyway.
I put it on there.
There were too many
I would not.
changes.
So this one, none of it.
Oh, yeah.
And
I was gonna say, donate it to the ambulance now, but